Well, well, well. Hello, hello. And welcome back. We are continuing basically exactly where we left off yesterday. Let's get the starting visual out of the way. Let's see if we can once again get the audio levels to be somewhat enjoyable. Gutter Mind Game says already wishlisted. Well, thank you, thank you. You should all follow Gutter Mind's example and go wishlist the game. Texturing, yes. I was thinking we would try to get this thing done today. I will actually have quite little time to work on this project next week, so since we got started pretty nicely on this whatever the hell this is, structure walking house sort of thing here, moon warehouse. We will try to get it textured today, and that means that we can light map this area. We can get rid of this weird red tint that's here under the thing that comes from the old light map and the old house that we had here. So probably do like a little bit of cleanup first on this guy. Just we have a lot of yeah, I should really fix this bug here where like you get these annoying highlight boxes here when you hover this. You can sort of see where the mouse is even though it's hidden. That's annoying. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, try to get this thing done, and then we have this whole area done essentially. Wouldn't that be nice? I think so. So I haven't really done anything since last night on this, so we're left basically exactly where we were. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of cleanup on some of these things. Most of these individual pieces I think are kind of alright. Especially these supports. This one has a whole bunch of different things going on here though. I don't know what this is. Like this is probably, yeah, it's just intersecting geometry, so it's its own piece there, but we don't need to have these weird sort of edge crossings there. In fact, we can probably, maybe I'll just do this. I'll try to get rid of everything, and then I kind of depend on the mesh converter making some sensible decisions there about how to actually triangulate the mesh. That should be everything there is on this one, right? The rest of this is looking pretty fine already. Oh, we have a couple of unnecessary faces here though, right? Oh no, they're not unnecessary. Yeah. We have that hole there. Yeah, I made a few variants of this. I didn't remember I actually had this as the variant that I went with. That's probably fine. Let's go to this one. And of course the main body is the one that will have the most like weirdness going on. So this one it has this half sphere. That's just intersecting here. I just put here at the end almost as if this is sort of like a ball joint, and then it goes inside of these housings here. So kind of low effort there, but like players typically won't go and look into these like what do we have here? If they do that, then they'll see a ball joint that looks like that. That's probably good enough. other than that, I think this is kind of clean. Maybe slightly unnecessarily detailed for a piece like this, but yeah, I think it probably works. Does Basis auto-triangulate? Basis does not auto-triangulate, but ASIMP, which I use to do the conversion, triangulates if you want it to triangulate. In fact, I think that Blender does a triangulation when you export them as FBX files. I think that's the first triangulation that takes place here in this particular case, and then you feed it to my own mesh converter, because the game doesn't read any FBX formats or anything like that. The game just reads my own format, and so yeah, we can just get rid of that bottom face there. There we go. Yeah, the game only reads my own format, so you need to feed it a bin mesh file, which is a Basis internal format, which requires everything to be triangulated. This is how most game engines typically work. And then they may or may not have some sort of tooling set up to do the triangulation beforehand. Is there a reason for using my own format? There are there are many reasons for using my own format. The main one probably being that I control it and I can decide exactly what goes in there. But also things like being able to load collisions directly from the same mesh, as well as the visuals, if you want to do that sort of thing. And you know, if you have your own format, then you can very quickly and easily and elegantly read that format. You can basically just deserialize, right? What is going on here? That looks like there's a little bit of a depression, and there is. Look at that. Why is there a depression there? Probably has something to do with these like I had like a sphere here, or not a sphere, but a cylinder here to actually make this shape originally, and then it kind of got smooshed into the rest of the thing. Let's bring that up. Yeah, you can see there's all kinds of funkiness going on here. What is this? What is that? Yeah, that also needs to just be moved up. We want to move it. Let's see, we want to move it only in Y, and then we want to move it only in Z. That should make it kind of nice and aligned without breaking anything. Yeah, just basically going through here and see, like, okay, we have a whole bunch of unnecessary edges here. I typically don't try to get rid of all of them, but some of these are just kind of, you don't really need them. You don't really need them, and then you can like merge some of these together. Like, you kind of technically do need them, but they don't need to be individual faces here in Blender, because that kind of limits what the mesh converter can then do about it. Just for some reason I have some extra faces here for all four cases. Like a weird little face like that. I don't know why that happened, but probably because of the order I did things, I ended up with like a almost like a temporary face there. And yeah, of course, like everything here needs to be triangles at the end, so this will probably be like triangulated like this or something like that, right? Like that. I'll let it make that decision on its own, and I could probably even take this thing away from here, but you can see that it's actually like a support face for quite a few of these things. So I'm gonna leave it in there. Sort of a judgment call what you want to leave and what you want to take away. Here we have quite a few faces though, which means that this is like by necessity going to end up being like, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 faces for this thing, which is almost certainly going to be just flat against the ground most of the time. So yeah, let's try to get rid of some of this stuff. There's an actual like, here's like a change there on the other side, so let's leave that there, I think. Right. Try to get rid of those. Can Basis make any game? Well, Basis doesn't make anything. Basis is a piece of software. But if you're asking if Basis can be used to make any game, then the answer is still probably no. No game engine can be used to make any game. And I mean that quite literally. Even the big general purpose ones can't be used to make any game. You could not make No Man's Sky in Unreal, for example. That just wouldn't work unless you like heavily modified it. Which kind of begs the question, okay, well then you actually could do that. And then you can think that, yeah, kind of, so in that sense you could make any game in Basis, because if you control the source code then you can make any changes to it, so. But no, obviously like a one-man project is not going to be as flexible as something big. That kind of goes without saying. Basis is in many ways, Basis is like designed for this game, or perhaps the previous incarnation of this game, which also was a very similar sort of ordeal, sci-fi vehicle based, physics based thing. And so Basis is very much geared towards doing that. And not much else. Okay. We have maybe slightly unnecessarily many faces here. Let's save this and see, can we like sort of decimate some of these without making it look like ass. We can sort of do it with that one at least, but I don't know. Merge at center, yeah, we can do that. We can merge these at center. I'm sure this doesn't really benefit us almost at all, but like if you do enough of this sort of like small cleanup, then it's bound to have some effect later on. Right. cut this thing in half so we can make the changes on just one side. Oh yeah, right. I need to cut the bottom one as well. Bloop. There we go. Ah. Okay. Like so. And then add a mirror modifier here. Like so. Let's maybe just even out these things a little bit. Or maybe that's actually good enough. I don't know. If we get rid of that. And then that. Yeah, it kind of quickly reaches a place where it becomes sharp. So maybe we'll leave them there. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Let's put on the stats here. Let's see. The stats are here, aren't they? Statistics. All right. Yep. Apply that back, and then we can probably get rid of the middle one again. Like so. That's probably fine. Let's move on to the main thing, which would of course be this guy here. I'm sure there's gonna be some cleanup that needs to be done here, but maybe not that much. There's some kind of funky faces here, things like this. Don't need to have this many weird shapes there. Stuff like that needs to be cleaned up, but it shouldn't be all that bad. Okay, I'm gonna go get a glass of water. 1 second. Okay, so we don't have any mirror modifiers on anymore, which means that we are now going to have to sort of keep track of what we do here. Let's start with this, because this has been bugging me for a little bit now. We have a face here in the middle, which has like so many unnecessary edges. I think, in fact, this entire thing here can just be decimated like this. Decimate all of that. Add a face there. Let me decimate that. Yeah, we can get rid of this entire like edge that runs through the whole structure there. There we go. Now we need to be a little bit more careful here again. Add that face in and then get rid of all of these. There we go. Same thing here. Stuff like this. So here we have just a big mess of a thing. Just merge those like that to begin with, and that can probably go there. Something like that might make a bit more sense. Yeah. that to there. What do we have on the other side? This thing is actually not symmetrical. That's worth remembering, that there are actually kind of tiny details that differ between one side and the other. Actually, both when it comes to, like, you know, across the length like this, you can obviously see that, okay, there's a tank here on this side, not on the other side. But then also on left to right differs a little bit. These fixtures here are different. Then it has this thing on this side and this more narrow sort of slit here on this side. But yeah, let's see. I'm just going to kind of mechanically through this entire thing and like removing things I see that, like, okay, that doesn't quite make any sense. Like I mentioned yesterday, I'm completely self-taught when it comes to art like this. I don't really know what I'm doing. And I mean that in the most literal sense. So quite often when I model stuff like this, it's a pretty good idea to take like a break when you're done, come back later, maybe the next day, as in today's case, and just like look at like the technical state of it, where you're like, okay, so how does the topography flow, or topology rather, and stuff like this. Like we have these edges running around the door here, which is completely unnecessary on that side, but actually it kind of becomes necessary here, where we have like a little bit of an elevation here. Question is, do we want that elevation, or should we just get rid of it completely? Does it fit in the overall look here? I don't know. Let's go to the game and see. Like, I don't think anyone can even really see that there is an actual different level there. So maybe the correct thing to do here would be to actually get rid of those completely. That could help us simplify some of these things a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. At least we can get rid of these guys. Just like all four of them. Not that, but that one, right? And then we should do this thing, 3D print. Check all. Check for non-manifold edges. So we should have a few manifold edges here. Okay, I can see some incorrect ones actually already. The ones that we should expect is like the ends of these supports here, for example, because they quite literally just come through the roof like that, right? That is to be expected. Also this and these, but here is one, for example, that, like, I don't know what that is. What is happening? What is happening here? Get rid of the edge, I guess. One more. And we made a hole in the thing. And here's a stray vertex for some reason. Let's merge that there. There's clearly some shenanigans going on with that one, and I bet we have the same thing here on this side as well. Yeah. So maybe if we actually, yeah, like you can see, this edge belongs to this face somehow. So just get rid of the face and add it back. So now we have less of them. There's one here as well, which is just weird. You can see that it's only on one side. do you have to remove every single extra edge and vertex? No, I don't have to remove any of them. I don't have to remove any of them, but it makes sense to go through and optimize your meshes a little bit. But you know, as you can see, the thing is visible here in the engine, and it looks correct, right? It doesn't break the game, so no, I don't have to do this. But like I said earlier, if you kind of have a habit of doing this, at least a little bit, then you typically end up with better assets over time. But also, like I said, I kind of don't really know what I'm doing, so I'm sure if you are like an actual professional game artist, you have better processes for a lot of this stuff. This is just kind of my workflow, where I tend to go through my things like this and remove unnecessary things. Like here, for example, we have this edge. It's completely unnecessary. It doesn't contribute to anything, so let's get rid of it. Isn't that more nice? Same thing on this side. And like with today's hardware, of course, just removing individual vertices and whatnot doesn't really have any difference on anything. Other than the fact that it kind of makes it feel nicer and easier to work with. If you have a whole lot of unnecessary vertices, then that of course starts to actually have a difference. There we go. And it's also just like, you know, well, actually what I just said, getting rid of some of these things just makes it easier to work with this model here in Blender. So that itself is already a reason to do it. Let's merge that down like this. We can get rid of this entire thing. Come on, if I can manage to select the shortest path. That's a weird one. I don't know why it does it like that. Yeah, let's just get rid of not that, but those two. Get rid of those as well. And those as well. Yeah, it wants to go down there. It wants very hard to go down there. I don't want you to do that, so please stop. Like here, for example, I clearly, you know, when I modeled this, I clearly had something here that had you know, made a vertex here, but it doesn't contribute to anything. It just splits that into two phases. So just get rid of that. Just get rid of it. Let's see. I mean, 200 600 vertices aren't going to make a huge difference. I guess it's only an issue if that model is going to be used a lot. If you use the instance rendering, it's not a big deal. Yeah, of course things are instanced. You shouldn't underestimate how important things like this are for game production, though. That's probably where the big wins are, not in terms of runtime performance necessarily, but like how difficult is it to make a change to one of these models if we need to do that sort of thing. And then of course everything is everything is sort of what's the word I'm looking for here? Everything is a compromise between something else, right? You choose to spend your time fixing up one of these things, it's probably takes away from something else. Like I'm thinking very much in like pragmatic game production terms these days about these things. Here we have more of these faces that we can just completely get rid of. This edge doesn't contribute to anything. Let's get rid of it. Flips. Everything is just cleaner, nicer, simpler. This thing here is kind of like arguable. Okay, do we want to actually get rid of it or not? And this one as well. Well, this edge here kind of mirrors the edge we have here. Sort of like the same thing, as you can see. But then again, this doesn't really... It just makes like an unnecessary face there, so that's weird. Let's just move these down to here, and do the same thing on this side. What is this? This is another thing that is strange. It's very strange. Let's just merge that down there. Merge that down there. Up. Bye bye. Yeah, we need to do this like 4 times actually. Because we have the other 2 as well. But yeah, you probably shouldn't you shouldn't take any like 3D modeling advice from me necessarily. I know a lot to how I know enough to be able to make this kind of content, but I don't work professionally as an artist or anything, so. Wow, that's really a strange way to have that flow. What do we do about that then? Let's just get rid of that completely. A lot of the stuff that we actually remove here is things that like technically there needs to be vertices and points and things like that to actually make these shapes sort of possible. But if you can leave that up to the mesh converter, it can typically do a better job than you of triangulating and splitting them up and adding points where there needs to be points. Sometimes though it can fail. It just doesn't do any good work. Get rid of those as well. We can see if we can get away with getting rid of all of these. Looks like we can, at least so far. Yeah, like now, no matter how much I'm hitting decimate here, it won't let us get rid of that one. So let's try to add one here, which we actually have somewhere else. Then we can get rid of that vertex there. It's probably better to have it there in the corner, that it's actually connected to a point that we use somewhere else. Anyway. Yeah, sometimes the converter just does some funky things and then you end up with like holes in your mesh. And in that case, it's pretty good to know that, okay, I need to go in and like manually triangulate this one thing. And that kind of forces First of all, it forces Blender to respect that triangulation, and it also forces my converter to work with that and triangulate it according to that as well. So it can be useful. Yeah, it doesn't let us get rid of those, either of them. That's fine. You keep them if you want to. I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, let's do a check. We don't have any of those manifold edges, I think, anymore that we had back then. Now we just have the ones that we actually suspect, or expect rather, to have. So basically things that are just like bolted onto this thing without actually being part of it. So that would be like this thing, for example. You can just take it off, or that thing, you can just take it off. They're not actually part of the mesh, and they all have these non-manifold edges, including this stuff here up top. And this guy just has a whole bunch of things that we don't need. It has the face there. It has unnecessarily long piece of pipe. That one is okay. All right. Yeah, that's like one piece. Then that thing is bolted on top of it. Works pretty alright. I think we're gonna keep it. I don't like these. Let's see if we can get rid of these edges here, and again let the converter do its thing. Get rid of those as well. Whoops. Something along that line. What about these? Can we get rid of them? We can get rid of one of them. Okay, so let's do that. And then we need to kind of we need to think a little bit about how we're actually going to texture this guy. So previously I extended these things downwards a little bit, these guys here. I actually did this already before the stream yesterday, but originally I had it like this, where if we get rid of those faces and then we merge this down, it looked like this. It was just sort of flush with that bottom part there. But then if you think about it, like, okay, how do we want to color this thing? Like we want this piece of the mesh to be one color, right? We want that piece to be one color, and then we probably want this piece here to be another color, all of that. But then we actually have like two faces here meeting in a plane that are supposed to have different materials, and that's just gonna look super bad. So instead, what you do is you put them on different levels, so they don't meet at a single plane. So now we can like color all of that with one material, and then when it meets another material here at an angle, that typically looks really good. But not if you just have two materials meet in a plane without any kind of like connection. can UV unwrap, assign faces to materials, and then bake them all into one texture. I have like a whole special way of doing materials for this game. Like the industry standard these days is to use PBR, physically based rendering, and that has like a few different ways to do it. Typically you have like a specularity or a metalness or a roughness or whatever you want to call those different terms. And then you have a bunch of textures. You have an albedo texture, and you have probably a specularity texture and a normal map and all of that. The materials in this game are done differently. First of all, we have this thing with these edge highlights going, which you can see here on this truck, for example. We have edge highlights everywhere. That's sort of like the look that we're going for, and we can see it on everything. You can see it on these boxes here. You can see it on these cliffs here. You can see it on this house and so on. Everything has edge highlights. Actually, not these. Well, actually, yeah, they kind of do. I've just done them differently on the leaves. Oh yeah, all of these things have edge highlights. These fence pieces here and these large ones and so on. And then the rest is a very basic single material. Single texture material. So we do actually bake. We bake like a whole bunch of things in Blender. We bake them all into a single material texture that we then apply in game, and we can do some things like, you know, we can have light maps, for example. Light maps in this level are a bit out of date. What if we get rid of the grass here for a bit? Then we can look at the light map, raw light map data. You can see this is the light map. This thing here doesn't have light maps because it's not baked yet, because it's in fact it's not even textured yet. Then you can see these dynamic things here don't have light maps. These pillars here actually aren't textured either. That's why they don't have any edge highlights yet. They're just single colored. And the fences here don't have light maps because they're light mapped with light probes instead. These aren't really suitable for light mapping rendering. But like the house here, for example, is light mapped. And we're going to do the same with this thing. And here you can very clearly see this red crap that's still sitting underneath, which has nothing to do with this building actually. And yeah, I think this actually looks kind of fun, especially if you remove the fog. You can see like these rocks that are kind of pointing, these faces that are pointing downwards. They're sort of picking up the grass that's like underneath here, so they become a little bit green, right? That sort of stuff. But anyway, most of this stuff is actually just like this single texture that we have going, and then we have a bunch of baking steps in Blender, and then many of these actually have some hand painting. As you can see here, this is just hand painted stuff on top of the other layers. But yeah, my point here, or at least one of my points, is that these objects have just a single material that we bake a whole bunch of things into in Blender, and we bake out a texture, and then we use one of my standard materials to render that in game. And so a lot of the texturing that we're gonna do today is not really, you know, how studios do it. Does Basis do ORM? I don't know what ORM is. Or well, I know like I know a lot of stuff that ORM is. ORM is like object relational model, for example, but it's probably not what you meant. But yeah, Basis's renderer is really basic. It's really basic. So it probably doesn't do what you are asking there. Pretty sure. Pretty sure it does not do that. And yeah, I don't use Substance Painter, if you're wondering. Not for this game, at least. In fact, I don't really even use normal maps in this game. Like Blender supports that, there's no problem. You know, I have some materials that have normal map support. I have some materials that have specular map support, and so on. But I just don't use them for this game. I don't need to. Again, it's a production thing more than anything. I have an art style that doesn't really require me to have normal maps. So if I don't have to make the normal maps, it's just much easier. Right? It's not about having your runtime support it or not. It's about like you having to actually make those light maps. Maybe I'll keep those there. It's like splitting red, green, blue for different maps, like roughness and metallic saves some space. Yeah, I see. I don't use PBR, at least in this game, so I don't do anything with like metal or roughness. I have basically just one diffuse map, and then some stuff like the light maps and stuff like that. But yeah, all of that stuff is basically missing, at least for this game, because I don't use them. Right, this is again one of those things that probably need to have there, but I'm gonna let the engine or the Basis and the converter worry about where to put those, and then we add some back if we need them. I think that's probably fine. Okay, I think we are approaching something pretty good here, something that we can use. I just geek out when I see engines. Oh, absolutely. You're quite welcome to geek out. I'm just kind of setting the expectations here, right? So that you don't feel disappointed when I don't use the latest and greatest rendering techniques, because Basis is not that kind of engine. Some people make solo games using the latest and greatest graphics techniques, and they manage to do everything themselves. It's all very impressive, and I've never really managed to do that myself. Not if I want to actually ship something, then I have to be very kind of careful with which rabbit holes I go down. Just because, like I said, it's about having someone make that content for you. So even though I could easily support things like normal maps in this game, I just don't do it because I don't want to have to to bake those normal maps. Normal map baking is kind of nasty, fiddly. At least in Blender. I'm sure there are better tools than Blender for baking normal maps. Baking normal maps in Blender is kind of annoying. My experience. But sometimes you have to do it if you have a really high detail mesh and you want that lighting detail, then you have to bake the normal map. There's no way around it. Or well, there is, but like it's a pretty good way around it to actually just bake the normal map. But then you can have like different normal map spaces and different normal map conventions and so on. Okay. So now let's export these guys out into their respective FBX files. Main body is there. It immediately updates. We shouldn't really see any difference here because it should be exactly what it was, right? If we made our job correctly here, it shouldn't change at all. We just got rid of probably like half the edges, really. Well, and then you know, the export phase added some of them back because we made some things there that aren't kind of really even possible to remove, intentionally so. But the point is that we got rid of a whole lot of them and gave the exporter a chance to add back the ones that it feels we need. So that would be that. Then we have the lift platform. Oh, that needs to go. Yeah, this would now have broken. Yeah, you can see it's like sitting in the wrong place. The selection box is still confusingly there. But yeah, this needs to go at the origin. Now it should snap back. There we go. Good. And that would be the rail. And yeah, maybe I don't do all of these because we're going to have to export them when we have done the unwrapping anyway, right? I have a hot reloading. Yes, I have hot reloading. I have actually hot reloading for all kinds of things these days. I can even hot reload the game code, which is pretty nice. And I wrote like a whole article of how I did that, which made the rounds about a week ago. In my engine, I'm gonna add an origin editor because I hate having to go back into Blender and fix it. Yeah, it shouldn't be more than just adding an offset, right? So basically, just have a vector field here, right? And then you use that as the origin for the thing. I mean, I can also do that just by changing, for example, the mesh position. It kind of moves the thing around in local space. So we can do the same thing we did here, just by moving it. It was literally that. So that we could just come in here and fix it ourselves. But that's maybe like a slightly different thing, because then what if you have an object type that has two meshes as part of that object type, and you wanted them to be at different positions in the local space of the object, then you would have to kind of, you know, combine the mesh position with the well, I guess you can have it on the not on the object type, but actually on the mesh itself. So that would, in this case, would be like the moon platform, like here, like on the actual mesh itself. I guess that makes sense to some extent. Rightio. Okay. So, I think we are ready to start unwrapping this guy. I'm gonna do a quick little submit here in between. Let's move those off to the side. So that we kind of know where we are with the whole I hate UV unwrapping. There isn't a one-click solution. I use a couple of add-ons that I really like that I will show you right now. Basically, Zen UV is one. I don't use Zen UV has like this whole workflow of how we're supposed to use it, which I don't actually use really. But Zen UV comes with some very excellent overlays that I really like. Zen UV does a whole lot more that I don't really use because I haven't really gotten used to it. But I'm sure I'm kind of missing out when I don't spend time learning that. But like if we come here and we unwrap this, bloops, like this, and then we look at the stretched one, you can see that okay, we have some really bad stretching going on in some of these areas. You know, as you would expect, because we haven't added any seams anywhere. And of course you can get the stretching shown here as well. Right, there we go, stretch. You can see that there's some like, it's a beautiful UV island. This, yeah, everything is stretched, obviously. That's kind of what we expect here to happen. But like if you don't want to go into have like a UV editor on the side, you just want to kind of see where things are stretched. This is really nice. The overlapping is also very cool. We don't have any overlapping currently, surprisingly. But it can also be very handy. And I don't typically want to have any overlapping because I typically use the same UV set for the light mapping, which, you know, depending on how you look at that might be a bad idea or not. But that is how I do it currently. So let's just get started with this. And I find that like UV unwrapping in particular is a task just well suited for streaming in my case. Right, so we can see that, okay, we have a little bit of stretching going on here. It's not ideal, and to make matters worse, perhaps I would probably want to quadrify that one, like so, like eventually. Because just looking at this shape, it probably will work quite well if we quadrify it. Then we can do checker texture. And we can see that, okay, Zen UV has added checker textures here for us. Nothing except for this tank really works yet, right? And there's a little bit of distortion here towards the end. That would be the stretching that we saw there. Oh, that's probably quite fine. And of course all the other pieces here are just completely bonkers. There's crazy stretching going on, for example, on this one. So let's fix that. Let's come in here and mark that. Mark that. You can even do it with this overlay on if you want to. You can sort of see it go away. Right, I have no idea how to unwrap this thing. Let's start with this. This is easy. Oh. There we go. That should unwrap nicely and cleanly. How the hell have I actually unwrapped pipes like this in the past? Let's go and have a look at one of the other structures. Means data. Refinery probably. I think like the power cell dispenser at least has some of these pipes. I'm sure I've done it, incorrectly. So here we have, for example, some of these pipes. Right, I've just basically selected an inner edge and just like squished it together like this. Yeah, it's probably not the best way to do it, but it works. I would select the loops at both endpoints, mark seam, then do one line that meets. We don't need any loops here at the endpoints because we don't have any faces here. But basically we could just do this. Whoops. Select the face that's the least visible, and then mark seam. It's still pretty bad though. Oh, this is also a good thing that ZenUV brings to the table. You can darken the image. It's probably that one, right? Enable the sync. Yeah, it's that one. So it's actually super bad. We do have a thing there. That's why it's so ridiculously bad. All right. Yeah, that makes it that makes it better. Still not very good, but that makes it better. It's kind of squished. And if we want to, we can quadrify it, and that will make it sort of like follow the lines of the pipe. That's probably the correct thing here, and of course it also kind of tiles very well the rest of the stuff. So maybe something like that, but we'll get back to that later. It's just a small detail here. So what do we have? Things that are kind of obvious. Probably these large panels here. And how large do we want to make these? Probably not super large. I'm gonna cut them here at these 45-degree corners. The upper ones probably. And we will probably do the texturing today, and then we will create the material, put it into the game, all of that. But the texturing won't be finished until I have done like a hand painting pass. which is something I typically do in this game. And so I think that's probably not going to happen today. I actually mostly do that on another computer. So actually let's get rid of that. Let's put it up here instead, the seam. Try to make these, otherwise this one just gets so ridiculously large. Let's try to make it as small as possible while still covering those three faces there. This roof is actually kind of simple to do. Like, one thing would be nice, of course, if we didn't have any seams here in this level, but I think we're just going to have to do that, because otherwise these are going to be so ridiculously large that kind of doesn't make any sense. So let's just bring them over like that, and then we can add some relief seams there. Alright, so now we're already starting to see the whole texture here. This is confusing. This kind of tells me that there's a leak somewhere. Where are we leaking? Because this has a weird angle. Yep, there's clearly a leak somewhere. Where we're leaking into. Yeah, and here it is. Here's the leak. We need to make that a seam. And look at that, now it's straight. I gotta head out, see you another time. Thanks for hanging out. See you. Have a good one. Yeah, same thing here. Here's clearly also another leak. We just do that, and then it's still actually kind of weird and wonky. It probably is. We select by seam. Right, it leaks here somewhere. Where do we have? Do we have like a... We have an additional... Right, because it should be just like these three. Is there some... additional point or something I'm not seeing here? How does it go into that thing? Okay, it's just that. Yeah, you can see that. Blender's default UV tools have just put it at a slightly wonky angle. That's fine. That's fine. We'll just keep going. We will just keep going. So then, let's cut up this entire piece here, all the way over and onto that side. We can bring back those details. Actually, we can't do that yet because we haven't done this. So let's do it. Alright, so now the entire roof should be pretty good, right? Well, not quite. We have some stretching going on here in this this piece still, right? I've forgotten to do this one. It's really nice this Zen UV because these overviews show you where you have things still missing, sort of on the actual mesh, rather than having to interpret the UV map and then sort of trace it back to the mesh. All right, there's something here. What do we have? Right, we need a seam there, right? Maybe there's the same thing on the other side. Is it? Yes. There we go. Yeah, now the roof is good. The roof is not on fire. This thing is actually not super easy to unwrap. Sometimes you make a mesh and you kind of think that this is gonna be hell to unwrap. Then it kind of turns out that it actually wasn't all that tricky. I have a feeling that this is kind of the opposite. I didn't really think this was gonna be super tricky, but it's not actually super easy to unwrap this guy. But we'll get it done. For sure. This thing almost runs around the entire thing, right? Oh, here we have some funky topography even. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Let's merge this here, like that. Same thing with this. All right. And then we need to start cutting this thing up into... Oh, that's not correct, actually. Needs to go there, obviously. Do we have the same problem somewhere else? Yeah, kind of looks like Blender took a wrong turn there, when it should go along the edge. In all of these places. All right. Yeah, it's just basically one loop now though, so let's cut it up into pieces. I think I'm gonna go with that one instead. And then we can see now that this blue is kind of like flowing down almost as we get more of this unwrapping work done here. Yeah, and this sort of structure here, which kind of runs along the entire piece here, is kind of tricky to unwrap because it doesn't really have any natural stops where we can, you know, we can make an island end. Here's the one, like an inner edge like that. And there's some outer edges as well, of course. But like this thing here, this thing that like almost looked like you could walk on it here. Like where do we cut this up? Probably shouldn't keep it as a single island. That's gonna be interesting to see. Well, anyway, let's keep going here with it specifically. Same thing on the other side. Some of you may think that, okay, I could actually, you know, tile this and do these, sort of have them use the same UV space. But no, I can't. First of all, I'm gonna want to probably add some hand painting to give it a bit of uniqueness on each of these sides. And second of all, we have the whole light map business, because I stubbornly use the same UV space for the light maps. Do we do that or do we not? Not sure. I think we do. So we do it like that, and then we bring it down like this. Bring it down like that. Yeah, these things are actually kind of perhaps easier to do here from the inside. Let's get rid of the face orientation for now, so we can actually see where we're placing these seams. And this one we can just happily cut up into as many pieces as we want, because it's sort of like inside of this, I don't know what to call that, depression there. So it's fine. Let's just leave it like that. That should immediately make everything turn out pretty nicely. Where we have some undone parts there, but I'm going to do the same thing here on the other side while we're inside here, hanging around inside of the thing. All right. And there's probably going to be seams here and here. And then I wonder if we should just have relief seams on those inner ones. Let's see if that actually works. That could be kind of a neat way to do it. Yeah, we cut all of these up. And slowly but surely, this whole thing is starting to look more sensible. So these relief seam things, it would be basically seams that reach inwards like this. And now if we wrap it, now you can see that's actually perfectly straight. So that actually worked out kind of nicely. This is a bit of a strange one though. Let's cut it like this. And then we add the relief seams. One there, and one there. One there, and one there. The center one is still undone, not done, so I'm gonna have to come back to that, but I'm gonna do the same thing here on the other side. There we go. And like that. And then we do the normal relief seams here and there. Look at that. So now it's just this, and same thing here on the other side. Okay, so we need to figure out what to do about that then. Well, this would clearly just be a seam there and another one there. Same thing for the other side. There we go. But then this piece. What do we do about the piece? Might actually fold out kind of nicely if we just cut here. We can see it folds out very nicely, but it won't fold out nicely here unless we add relief seams there as well. Maybe we'll do that and we'll see where that takes us. It might end up looking strange, but it also just might work very well. So this guy, no, not that guy, but that guy. Now looks like this. This can be a problem when we're baking, or when we're painting rather, because Blender's texture painting can get confused by these small sort of like, well, relief areas in some of these UV maps, but I think I've seen that enough times to know what to do about it when it happens, so let's assume we can figure that out. There we go. So now we have basically like the top part done except for the doors. And we can move on to the bottom. But let's do the doors first. Like, I wonder if we should actually detach these things. Yeah, not that. We should detach these fixtures from the main model and use intersecting geometry, because then the underlying surface would be just basically a simple quad. I think that makes sense. No reason to have these weird kind of holes here with a lot of extra small faces that you basically can't even see. So let's do that. I'm gonna basically let's do remove checker nodes. What is the easiest way to get this done now? If I select all of this, all right, we even have some extra stuff there. Okay, well that's good. Good that it gets kind of figured out then. Right, and then we're gonna duplicate that and just move it out of the way. And we can see that we have everything. I'll do the same thing for this side. Not that, but that. Oh yeah, we need to duplicate it, of course. Yep, that looks good. So now we can basically just take all of this away. Not that face though, but those faces too, and that one. and those ones, and just delete. Right? And then we get a single face here, except we have some funkiness here. Move those down. There's a face. Yeah, we can even simplify this further now thanks to this, so that was pretty nice. For example, I don't think we need this at all. None of that. All of that can go away. That's pretty neat. Same thing here. This should also make it a lot easier to actually unwrap that piece. So that's nice. Take all of that away. Take all of that away. Faces away. Yep. What is that? Very strange. I guess this guy can just be merged with the corner there now. Take that away as well. Yeah, we can't get rid of that. That's fine. Okay, so now we can unwrap these guys. That shouldn't be tricky. We'll do the inner side. There we have an extra face that we don't want. This is just gonna result in some pretty long strips of stuff, but that's probably fine. They're completely straight, so they will pack very nicely. There we go. So now if we unwrap that, we put the checker texture back, we should see that this is just completely blue. Oh, there's something. What did we miss? What did we miss here? Is there perhaps some extra vertex somewhere? There is. Look at that. Yeah, we're just finding all kinds of things here when we're doing this thing like by hand. That like even if the Blender auto unwrapper would be very good, it probably wouldn't know what to do with those things, and it would just get rid of, or like it would be lost, the information that we have like an extra vertex there. Although who knows, with the new AI-based tools, some of them are pretty smart actually. So who knows what they would and wouldn't be able to do. Yep. Not bad. So I'm gonna do this side, add these guys back as overlapping geometry, and sorry, intersecting geometry, not overlapping. I'm gonna do these doors, and then I'm gonna take a 10-minute break, go make myself another cup of coffee, and we're gonna power through this unwrapping adventure. And we get to the fun stuff, which is making the actual material and all of that. Oh, that's not how I did it. But maybe I should have done it. Let's do it like that. Ah, come on. Click the wrong button there. Okay, so we have a seam there. And we have a seam there. That looks good. And then we need to do something about this middle section. So let's just do the easy thing and cut it up like this. Then we have a seam there and there. And we already did it there. Yep, that should be good. So that should now, I think, yeah, look at that. It's just all blue. All blue goodness. Then we can do this edge here, all the way to there. And now the whole door section should be blue. Which it is, but the bottom's jankiness is sort of shining through there. It's kind of difficult to see where you actually have issues, but it's there on the bottom. Yo, X-Luxy, welcome back. I'm just about to take a break and go make another cup of coffee, and then I will be back, and then we will continue with the UV unwrapping. But yeah, we're UV unwrapping and at least doing like one pass of texturing on this guy today. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, we're basically we made this thing yesterday. This weird space warehouse which stands on these feet that can be positioned in rough terrain. So this is part 2, where we will hopefully end up with at least like a first pass texturing and a basic material for it today. Would the whole structure be metallic? I would assume so, yes. But or you know, what are spaceships made of in real life? They're like ceramic mostly, rather than metallic, because they need to withstand some like truly crazy temperatures and all of that. So maybe it's actually ceramic. But I guess this isn't really a spaceship. It's more like akin to the Mars rover or something like that. So I don't know. Maybe it's metallic. Of course, they won't be metallic in the sense that, like, you know, people think when they say metallic these days, in like the PBR sense. It'll be metallic like this thing is metallic. But yeah, I guess it is. It's probably made out of metal. Most of it anyway. Anyway, I will go take a quick break, and I will be back in about 10 minutes or so, and then we will continue our journey together. So, see you in a bit. Okay. I'm back, armed with a fresh cup of coffee and ready to take on the world of UV unwrapping once again. And we're we're doing pretty well. We are about 50% over the entire thing. There's clearly something here going on. What is happening? We have a leak here from this entire thing, but that's fine. We're gonna do that side in a bit. I'm gonna do the same operation that I did on the other side here by basically taking these fixtures, these guys, and just removing them from the base structure. So duplicate and then just move out. We can see here that we got everything. That looks good. And do the same thing here again. Yoinks, yoinks. That's not quite right. Let's do those three. Yeah, that's good. And then duplicate and move out. And look at this, we can see we have everything good. So then we come in here and once again select everything, this time to actually just get rid of it. Faces take away. Yeah, we had just like a whole lot of points here actually, which kind of makes managing this a little tricky. Let's try to get rid of all of them eventually. I'm like, why does it not continue from there now? I don't know. Sometimes Blender just kind of doesn't wanna select a loop or whatever. It's just like, nope, no, I don't want to do that. Okay. Did I take all of that away? Yeah, I basically merged everything into one. It's probably fine. Let's connect some of those to the bottom one. The bottom one connects here to this corner. Yoink. Let me do the same thing here. So that one connects to that one, so that we have some points here, some edges here to actually make this even like possible to represent in 3D, right? Can't just take everything away. Blender will be confused. What are you trying to do here, actually? We have some weirdness here going on right now. Okay, let's get rid of that face completely. Then we merge that there. Probably get rid of those. We already did get rid of them on this side. What about here? Yeah, they seem to be gone. Yeah, okay. That might have been it. Merge that guy there. Now we finally have one face that we can fill in, and then hopefully get rid of that. That looks alright. Yeah, so now we have that. That is like one face. It's not a terribly good face, but it is what it is. Here we have it done slightly differently. We are only going up there. Okay. So what I'm wondering here is actually, should we bring back that one edge that we had across all of these? Might actually make sense to do it. Let's try it out, because that means that we could quite easily have like a cut here for this large one, and the same thing here on this side. That still needs one, like so, and then we can cut it to one of those. Then we don't have those absolutely enormous faces here. We have one which is sort of like an L shape. We have another one which is also sort of like an L shape, but we want to actually cut it here and get rid of that one. So then we have like this area, that shape is an L or whatever shape that is, and then that shape is an L. Same thing there and same thing there. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. I think that makes more sense. And then we cut there, and cut here. Like so. That looks all right. Yep. And now we need to fix the doors. Like we already did here on the other side. So, doors should be simple. Basically want to cut all of this. Seam. Then do the top. Kind of similarly. Like this. Then what did I do here? Did I actually cut it? Cut this? No, but I should do that. There should also be a seam there. Yeah. And cut all of these very, very large islands, or islands that would otherwise be very, very large by having that extra having that extra edge up there. Well, I don't know. Let's see if we actually do it. Maybe I'll just want the edge there, so that I can cut up some of these inner faces. Let's leave these as they are for now. There's an edge there, but I won't add a seam there yet until we know we actually need to do that. And we might not need to do that. That's one door, and here's the other one. We still need to do this. How did I do it on the other side? Does it go all the way around? Yeah. Yeah, it goes all the way around. There we go. That should be the doors on that side. Stretched. Nothing is stretched. These pieces are though, but again, they are easy to fix. Cool, looks like we have some viewers again. We had a few viewers at the beginning, and then it got kind of quiet for a while. Looks like we have a few more back. Welcome everyone. Doing a little bit of UV unwrapping here before we move on to texturing, and then finally putting this thing into the editor, or the level where we will make sure that the material and all of that works as it should. Still gonna hang around a little bit in Blender for a bit longer though. But basically we're making this strange space warehouse looking thingy, which kind of stands on these kind of supports or feet, and is placed here in the level instead of the old monorail warehouse, which never really went anywhere. So basically texturing this guy is today's agenda. Feel free to ask if anything is weird or strange, or you're just curious about something. By all means. I'm gonna move these back when I've done a little bit more of the unwrapping here, close to where they need to go, because we still have a lot of really wonky UV islands here, obviously. Yeah, again, Blender does the 90-degree turn there when it should go that way. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Click it now manually to make sure we get the right thing selected. Right, we need to cut this off somewhere. I'm gonna put a seam here in the inner corner of that at least. And then we can do the same thing here on the other side. Why not? And just do that as we go around the thing. One there. How's the stretching looking? Yeah. It's not great. But it will be eventually. Right, I'm gonna cut out these. I'm sure there's gonna be a whole lot of UV unwrapping fun to be had inside of those support depressions there, openings. But let's just cut out that piece completely so that we can concentrate on the surrounding stuff first. Like that. And then, yeah, I think this is a pretty obvious piece to have. Just like this. You can do it in all of the four corners. Yep. All right. Oh, there's a mistake. That needs to be a seam. Right, now the top side looks pretty good. Yeah, except for this pipe here. Oh, there's this hatch which we forgot to do because I hid it. Let's do it quickly. It should be pretty easy. So that probably just goes around the whole thing. Yes, and then we add some relief seams here. Now that should kind of fold out like a piece of paper. And then we have these, which maybe I'll just add relief seams here, and then I'll let it fold out as well. How about that? Stretched. Yeah, now there's no stretching there. Looks fine. So this thing now kind of, yeah, it folds out like this. It's just fine. Okay. Good. We're really done with everything here up top. I think we basically are. And where did I put that seam for the tank? Yeah, it's there. That's fine. Okay. So then what do we do? I don't think I really even need to look at the stretching there. I know kind of where I need to go with this. And it needs to be kind of around all of this. So that's that. around. Okay. And then that's a pretty obvious seam. Same thing here. Now I'm not sure, do we just like cut these up across like this, every single one? Or what do we do? Somehow that seems kind of wasteful in a way. Let's see what actually happens here. I'm gonna cut these up like this anyway. That just makes sense, I think. All right. Stretched. There's still some stretching, obviously, because we haven't done the inner side. Now this thing actually won't. We can't do this with just a relief, because if this face kind of folds up like this, we're gonna have overlaps here, right? That's how that works. But what we can do actually is yeah, okay. That was maybe a bit stupid of me to do it. Let's take those away. We actually need the seams to be probably just these outermost ones, and then we need the seams to be in those along those inner lines instead, like this. And then we can have relief seams here and here, and here and here, right? That should now kind of work nicely. Yeah, you can see. Seems to work very nicely indeed. So that's that. We have that. And then we have seams there and there. We're missing one here. Oh, I'm sure the select shortest path somehow messed up. This doesn't look right though. What do I have here? Like, this is not running straight at all. Yeah, okay, we have some wonkiness here. Right, okay. So this was supposed to not go straight. I can't really use the shortest path necessarily here. I need to kind of do it by hand. I think I'm gonna take those edges away. Actually, we don't need those for anything. Same thing there. Those edges away, and then these. Whoop. Those edges away. Right, so this won't actually fold perfectly after all, because we have both inner and outer sort of corners here, if you will. That should work now though. Pretty well at least. We need relief seams here and here. Yeah, now you can see now this actually worked perfectly. Do we have any overlap though? Not on that piece at least. So let's try to actually do it that way. See where that takes us. So here's one more edge we want to get rid of, and then we want to basically cut that over like that. Same thing here. So this should be a cut across the entire length of these, except for the outermost part. We don't need to cut that up because that's just a straight piece. These other ones aren't straight. And then we need relief seams on this one, but again not on the outermost. We need relief seams there though. Don't we? I think we do. Yeah, so now we have those done. Okay. Then relief seams there. Whoop. That, there, and there. Seam. And then of course we need to do all of these inner ones. There's one more. I think I've removed these edges now, I don't know how many times. It's as if they keep coming back. This of course does feel a little kind of wasteful to put this much effort and energy into unwrapping this other side, which or underside, which is supposed to be against the ground most of the time, but hey, let's do it properly. Let's do it properly, and we'll probably have a better time in the end. Okay. That looks pretty damn nice. What about... Yeah, we're gonna have to do some fun packing here still before this project is over. Yeah, so most of these are actually just you know, straight pieces, but this one, for example, won't be. The thing I want to check here is that we actually fold them sort of outwards like this. We don't have any overlaps anywhere, because we can't have that really. Overlap. Here's some overlap. What is this? It's that guy. Right. Yeah, this thing now has overlap. So this actually doesn't work with these relief seams. It does work, however, if we move these seams, clear those, and we move them inside instead. The inner side there. Then the relief seams work. I keep forgetting that. It needs to be that way around. Here we actually have them on the inner side already, so that was somehow my brain kind of doing the right thing almost accidentally. Right, so now if we go and have a look here, like no, here. We don't have anything there. And if we select that island, now we can see it kind of falls out. So that's neat. Okay, we need to do the same thing on the other side. Yeah. Okay. Overlapped. Sometimes we get overlap just because something is sort of like too close to something else here on the what is it trying to show me here? Don't actually understand. Oh, it's that thing. Yeah. So let's see here. If we take this, just move it. Yeah, you can see that it actually kind of like goes away, the overlap there. Then we get the overlap somewhere else, but that should still be, you know, quite fine. We're gonna pack it then separately with Packmaster 3. So let's just continue doing this. This bottom here. For the time being, we're almost done with this actually, if you can believe it. But not quite. So what do we do about these? Let's select them all. We have 4 of them here. And hide everything else. Hey Jake, what's going on? Up. Doing my favorite thing in the world, UV unwrapping. I guess it's basically everyone's favorite thing in the world. This is actually kind of a thing to unwrap one of these. This is one of the more tricky parts, I think, here, at least to do it like efficiently. All right, how's that? That's pretty good. Used to hate it, but now I kind of see it as a fun challenge to maximize texture usage. Yeah, it's a little bit of a puzzle game, isn't it? I think that's a pretty healthy way to think about it, because it kind of makes it a bit more fun. I used to hate it a lot before I had Zen UV and Packmaster 3. I just like religiously use those these days. And especially Packmaster 3 is like, that's kind of like my ticket to good texture utilization. All right, there's some stretching here. What did I forget to do? Right, so that thing is still connected somehow. I could really just like mirror this now that I have it perfectly done, but it's kind of curious, what have I done differently here? It's almost as if this thing doesn't go all the way across or something. Oh, here's the missing piece. Yeah, that thing, right? Yeah. That was the missing piece. Yep. That looks better. That looks better. Come on. Yep, almost done. One more. What is of course nice about these like mechanical things, and my game is full of mechanical things, is that they quite often have pretty obvious places to cut compared to something that has a lot of like people and animals and things in it. It's not as obvious where you need to cut it, because like often these mechanical pieces are just actually made up of like, you know, distinct pieces of metal or whatever. And so it actually makes it kind of easy to see where to cut something. Trying to figure out here now, can I use relief seams here or not? Like if this falls out like that, then that thing is going to overlap with it, isn't it? I don't know, but that is at least a place to cut a seam. Like if we cut a seam there, then we have this annoying strip thing. How is this actually going to work? Let's see, if I cut relief seams along the line here, how does that actually fold out? Let's look at the thing. It actually folds out without overlapping. Nice, okay. That then is probably the best way to do it. I bet I can actually turn off the sharp edges for now. Like so. One more. Alright, so now we just have the inner parts, and to be honest I don't really care a whole lot how these things are done, so I think I'm just gonna basically mark a seam there, and then let's see what is like the least visible part. It's probably one of these upper parts. Let's do like let's do the outer part there. That should be a pretty easy thing to do, and you know, good enough unwrapping for this. It's gonna be filled by the support anyway, so it's going to be very difficult to see what is going on in there. So let's not spend too much time on it. There we go. So yeah, it's a little stretched because, you know, it keeps shrinking downwards, but it doesn't matter at all. Doesn't matter at all. It's actually quite okay. Nice. So now then, we need to put back these fixtures where they were. And to do that, we probably take all of these and we move them. Oh, what? Oh, I need normal. There we go. Select the active one, move them there. That's one. Second one, move them there. Third one. And the last one. Whoop. Maybe we should move these inwards just a little bit. 0.05. Like so. Okay, what are we thinking? How is this looking? It's looking pretty all right, I think. Again, I think I'm gonna want to quadrify that that tank up top, this one. Quadrify that, it's gonna look better. Here we have something. What is this? What's that? What the hell? It's clearly something funky with this guy. Oh, it's missing a seam. That's what it is. Cool. Cool. Quadrify that again. So we have some overlap here currently, but I'm thinking that most of this is actually just because we haven't packed it with any sort of margin yet. So basically, like if we take that guy and just move it away, we can see that the overlap goes away. I'm thinking and I'm hoping that that is what these are, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to see. I'm thinking this probably shows the overlap as well. Yeah, we have overlap in a few places and we don't want overlap in any places. So let's do a little bit of packing here. Heuristic search, we're gonna want to have a margin of 0.007, I think. I'm gonna do like a test packing here. Might actually be slightly too much. Slightly too much margin, but we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. You can see that my GPU is actually disabled currently because I'm running in Vulkan mode. I'm thinking if we restart this in OpenGL mode, it probably would use the GPU for that as well. That might be something to try. I'm typically aiming to have 0.7 efficiency when doing packings like this. We're still pretty far from 0.7. We're not even at 0.6, so it's not super good. but we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. And I'll probably do this on one texture, and then I'll do all the other pieces on another, because the main one is kind of taking up a lot of space here. So I think we'll let this guy have its own UV space, in other words, its own texture or textures, and then the supports and the lift and all of that will have its own. Okay, doesn't seem to like do a whole lot better than this. So what do we have here? It's not too bad actually. I think I kind of like this in many ways. The actual usage ratio is not too hot though. I'm gonna try just for funsies. This might not. Actually, I'm using OpenGL. Huh? Why is? No. Why did it say Vulkan then? Is that actually like a setting in the UV Pack Master? Oh, it's not enabled. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Let's try it again. See if it actually works now then. Pack. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now we're running on both GPU and CPU. And we can see it. Okay, we're above 0.6, so that's at least good. But I think we're reaching diminishing returns here, as they say. Let's see if we can get to 6.1. Of course, this is kind of cheating, just having an algorithm do it. For all intents and purposes, this is kind of basically the same as using AI to do this. Except, of course, it doesn't run on an LLM or something like that. It's just raw trial and error heuristic search. Okay, we did get a little bit better, so that's at least nice. We have some pretty interesting islands here with these things. Maybe we could gain some efficiency back by splitting these into smaller pieces, but I doubt we'd actually get like a whole lot. What we can try to do is lower the margin by 0.001. That is. You can straighten some of those U-shaped bits. You mean these guys? Or these guys? What is that actually? That's probably the innards of these ones. Yeah, I can actually do that. That's a good point, because like actually I could maybe even quadrify. I could maybe even make those not make those a bit smaller. Typically what I've done in a few places is I have limited the resolution for like the bottom ones of all of that, those things, right? So if we look at this, take those and then these, those and those. We can just scale those down by like 0.5, make them smaller. We don't need that much resolution in there anyway. And then we take, you know, all of these. And yeah, we actually have quite a few of these pieces here. Because realistically, these are all going to be facing the ground. Yeah, we don't actually need to have any. Don't need to have any seams there. So yeah, maybe like that. It's probably better. I think I'm gonna do all of this like lower body, right? All of that. And I guess technically it would be like that as well, right? So maybe we'll do that as well. That's probably all going to be one material, sort of like the underbelly of this entire thing. So we're gonna do those. Oh, what is happening here? Oh, okay, that's actually fine. Yeah, it looked like it was like not going straight, but it's just because it folds at that place. Yeah, that's maybe not ideal, but I think it's gonna be fine. So we take all of that, and then we do scale 0.8 maybe. Still want pretty decent resolution on those. And then I'll take these guys again, and then I'll quadrify them. Quadrify those. Blip. And then I'll add these inner pieces here. Like that. And then I scale those down by 0.5. And then I'll take that one and I quadrify that as well. Right, and now if we pack this set, we should have a pretty good result. We might not actually get any more like usage, but the usage that we do get should be better in the places that actually matter. I love it when you get a really nice pack because it looks like you used a higher res texture, but it's the same size. Yeah, it's just it's using what you actually should have in a better way. I wonder what these guys are. What are these? I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna let it run for a little while. Still finding better solutions. I guess technically we could straighten these. That would be like these pieces as well. Wonder if that would make sense. That might make sense. Because now they're kind of wonky. Yeah, what is this? Oh, that's that. Okay. right, that's not what I actually wanted. Why does it look like this? This is very strange. That's not what I wanted. What I wanted was relief seams around the whole thing. Like this. That's what I wanted. And so this would now... come on. Seam. This would now make this kind of shape. So why did I actually have... all of them have changed? What is this magic? Did I run some mysterious command that like made this happen? That's very weird. That's very weird. I'm gonna have to pick up the pace a little bit here. I really kind of want to do this today. And I still have a few hours left to do it, but like we're still doing UV unwrapping here. That's not great. Okay. Yeah, what happens if I actually quadrify this thing? So it looks like that currently, and that's not ideal. So Zen UV quadrify. Yeah, that doesn't work. So basically I would need to probably cut it up like that. Yeah, to be honest, that's probably better, because then we have the straight lines here, and we have the straight lines running along at least one of these. So as much as it pains me, I think we're gonna have to cut these. Like that. Otherwise we're just gonna get weird stuff. Okay. And then we do the dance again. The dance of... What? How does that select the interface? I don't see how that could be. We have a leak here somewhere. Like we shouldn't, because we can clearly see that this interface has another is on another place in the texture, because it's a completely different color. But like, what does it? Oh, I know what actually happens. It selects it because, or it looks like it's selecting it here. It's probably actually not selecting it. If we look at this, it's that piece there. Yeah, you can see it's actually not selected. It kind of just looks like it is, because it's next to that thing, and it has a confusing color. So it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Quadrify, and then select it. And scale 0.5, scale point. No, that wasn't a scale thing. That was a quadrify thing, like that. Good. And then I wanted to do a little bit of scaling here on the bottom. Yep, that's good. I'm not actually scaling these because they have some detail that I want to have some fidelity on, basically. Okay, that's good. And then we scale those to like 0.75. Okay, maybe this is the 1, which will give us good results. I'm going to bring the margin back up. Or am I? Let's try with 06 first and then see if that gives us some truly good utilization. Like this current result area here might actually go down, even if it means that we have better utilization here on the top, because we now have we have brought down certain areas to make room for others, and that of course might mean that in some cases like the total usage might go down, but it might still be worth it because you're getting better utilization in areas that you actually look at. I will say though that this Vulkan AMD combination here is nothing compared to CUDA on an NVIDIA card. At this point, like a CUDA card would have done like probably 15,000 iterations, and we're at like 2,000 now, so CUDA is pretty magical. All right, looks like we're not. And just when I said we got a better result, but we're not actually at 0.6 yet, so that's a little annoying. It might just be that we have too many of these weird and wonky and wonderful islands here. But let's leave that as it is for now. Let's do an overlap check. Doesn't seem to be any overlapping. That's nice. Stretch check. We have a little bit of stretching inside of those support hubs, whatever we want to call them. That's it, and a little bit there on the tank, which is all quite expected. Okay, cool. I think we're gonna go with this for now. This is probably good enough. Let's get to actually doing a little bit of texturing here, and so I'm just gonna submit this. Mesh work, sure, that works, like so. And then I think we'll do the texture for the main body now, and then maybe if we have time we go to the other pieces. This UV unwrapping took quite a lot of time. I wasn't necessarily prepared for, but it should be good. So how do I then do texturing? Well, I have my own workflow here. Let's run a few scripts, Blender scripts. So create standard images. Maybe we'll work with 4K textures. Why not? Moon, warehouse, main body, and this helper script of mine here creates 4 different textures: diffuse, edge highlights, color placement, and painted details. And initializes them to the correct size, to correct formats, adds fake users and all of that. There we go. And now we should be able to use a material edge highlights mesh on this, or not mesh but material, and we need to make sure we are on cycles. No, it's UV editor, isn't it? I need to open one of them to have the... Yeah, there we go. Darken image, yeah. There's a bug in Blender actually, which makes that happen. Like, it looks like the image is darkened, even though it's not. It kind of looks like this. And you're like, why is it so dark? And then you click it twice and it goes away. So it's kind of weird and funky that way. But okay. This is really, really heavy here. I don't know why. It's not usually this heavy. So here in the image, here are the 4 textures that script created for us. We're going to select painted details. And then go back here. And we can see that, okay, it's rendering these edge highlights that I've been talking about. And you can sort of go around this and see, is this like a good radius? Is this a good sample size for something like that? It probably is. Max samples, maybe we'll just pull that down. That makes it a little faster. I think 32 is actually good enough for this in most cases. But yeah, we can pull down the radius here if we want to. Something like that, but I think actually the 0.1 is good. It's quite good here. So let's bake this to the not that one, but the edge highlights is supposed to be. And then we do a bake. We do an emit bake for this, and all of that is good. And then we quite simply bake. Hello everyone, welcome back. It looks like my OBS died when I tried baking with GPU. Let's get rid of that. Come on. What is happening? Well, okay. Well. Oh Jesus, my machine is dying on me here. So I'm sure you can see. See what's happening here is actually yeah, these things keep appearing here with like 15-second delays. Yeah, all right. Well, yeah, thank you. It kind of looks like we should stay on CPU for this stream. Welcome back. What happened? My OBS died when I switched to GPU baking. My Blender is kind of dying on me now though, so let's save this and okay, yeah, I think I did save it, but okay. Edge highlights. Do we have any edge highlights here? Yeah, we kind of do. I think this is as much as we baked, and then like my, I don't know, at least OBS crashed. Crashed on me. Yeah, we don't need that though. No, we don't need to save. Let's see if we can get it back. AMD cards are typically working pretty alright these days. I will say though that Blender is sometimes kind of a shit show with AMD cards. Like this kind of stuff. Stuff just breaks. So let's hope it doesn't freak out anymore. I'm gonna bake with GPU now. Sorry, CPU. I'm gonna see if that was better. So emit bake, and we'll leave the GPU to OBS during all of this. Might take a while though to bake this. How's the CPU utilization on this thing now that we're baking with CPU? Yep, it's pretty high. This is the heavier bake though. And of course, like, baking overall while streaming has been some of the most nerve-wracking moments, as some of you who have been following me for a while know that, like, these baking steps can be kind of scary to do while streaming. What CPU do I have? What do I have? Let's have a look. It's a Ryzen 5 3600. If this turns out to be problematic, I will do a life hack and remote desktop into my other machine, which has a 3070 RTX 3070, and then bake with that. Baking with that is typically like a 5-second deal. So that might be a way to get around this. And then we can do all the baking on that machine if we want to. So we're at 24%, but those bakes typically like jump around a little bit towards the end, so maybe we'll actually have a look here at doing just that. Let's connect to this machine. See what we have. It of course doesn't have the file even. to sync it here. Yeah, let's just cancel this guy. Pretty sure we can knock it off here on this other machine at a pretty brisk pace. Of course, even canceling this thing is going to be pretty slow. Baking map save the dirty image. Yeah, I don't care. We can move out of cycles mode there, or what is this called? This is called rendered shading. And again, this thing is probably gonna have, like, this is as much as we did, or how much we did. I'm just gonna reset that image, and then I'm gonna shut this down, saving it as I go. So let's do a commit. All of those files and everything. Alright, so let's see about actually baking this remotely on another machine. So, it also feels kind of slow, but it might of course be the remote desktop being a bit slow as well. We'll see. This at least has an RTX 3070, so if we turn on the GPU compute, look at this. Look at this thing. It just flies. It flies, I tell you. Yep, that's good. Let's bake it. What do we have? 2, 5, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. It's gonna be more than 5 seconds for sure. All right, we're baking to a 4K texture. That is one reason why it takes so long. I typically bake to 2K textures, but for these more detailed objects, I like to bake to 4K textures and then just scale them down to 2K or 1K for the game, and sort of on the fly. So yeah, this actually takes like, well, probably 4 times as long as it would on a 2K texture. There we go. There's the thing. We save that. And that's it. Yep, save. Move that guy out of the way. Thank you, home computer. Is it better to bake directly on 2K? I don't think there's, for all intents and purposes, it doesn't really matter. I think you can definitely bake on 2K. Of course, if you, for some other reason later on, want to get that fidelity back, there's really no way to do that. Well, I guess these days you have to always count these kind of weird AI upscaling thingies, but I'm not using any of those, so So if your source material is 4K, then that is obviously always going to be better, right? Rightio. So now we have this thing baked, and I'm gonna fake a user for that edge material highlight, because we're gonna want to do the same then for the other ones. So now the question is here: do we wanna actually start from a standard material, if you will, or do we wanna copy one of these materials that I already have, like from a vehicle, for example? We could copy the material from this, already get some like colors and stuff. Let's look at some of these materials and how they actually work. High detail, frequency detail, then high frequency detail, oversampling is a must. Madrigal's textures are pretty low frequency. Yes, they are indeed. They are very much almost like single colored. Not quite though, but almost. So let's look at like some of the vehicle textures, or maybe some of the structure textures. After all, let's do like the, what's it called, gatehouse, isn't it? Yeah, gatehouse is right there. Gatehouse. So this material, what does it use? It has the color placement, the diffuse. This is a slightly older version of the material. It's a little messy. Edge highlights, decals, painted details. Okay. But other than that, it doesn't really use any pattern textures or anything like that. I do use them in some of my materials. Evidently not this though. Like this one here, for example, you can see it has this sort of like these kind of like speckles. I typically use this for like concrete, things like that. So that's actually like a pattern that's mixed into the whole thing. What about this thing here? It's probably also just using a standard material. Let's see, elevator's right there. Elevator car. Let's look at that. What is this? This is an even simpler one, but it also just has color placement, diffuse, this is like the output. It's not even connected to anything. Edge highlights and painted details. Okay, we're gonna start with just a standard material, basically this, but like in a slightly more, perhaps, slightly more kind of ordered fashion, which is called this stud material color placement RGB. Let's place it onto here, and then we can see color placement, diffuse. Here's where we are supposed to plug in these textures that we created: diffuse, painted details, and edge highlights. And here we can see the wonderful brown horrible thing. And it's brown just because the base color here is set to brown, which it probably shouldn't be, but anyway. Then we have this matrix of color mixers here. So we have like red, red, green, green, red 0.25 and red 0.5. That means that if we paint into the color placement texture, we paint 0.25, it's going to mix in this color. If we paint it at 0.5, it's going to mix in this color, and we could continue further down. Alrighty then, we are back in one form or another. Seems to be the day of technical difficulties today. It's back except your mic. Can you not hear me? Is that what you're saying here? My mic should be all set up. Okay, excellent. Good. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's everything breaks today apparently. That happens sometimes. Rightio. Stream did resume, but you were muting. Yeah, I wasn't muted. I wasn't muted. I just didn't say anything. So I did unmute my mic before it started talking, so you didn't miss anything. I was just checking some settings here on my end. Seems like our ISP kind of died, or the connection here at least. Luckily, I do actually have a backup. Believe it or not. And the backup worked, so yeah, I don't know. I have to go kick my 5G modem or something later. Anyway, let's keep going. So what we want to do now is basically start to color different parts of this. Is my backup my phone? No, it's not my phone. I have a company connection, and I also have my home connection, because I am streaming from home, just from like another room basically, and so I am now using the Madrigal connection as opposed to the home connection. So we can't actually, with this one, unless I go and do that kicking of the 5G modem, I can't actually connect to that baking machine now. So we're gonna have to make do with this one. The heavy bake should be done now though, unless we need to rebake these edge highlights, but I think we should be fine. So that's good. Let's keep going. We have two connections coming in. Well, yeah, one of them is like I said, is like a mobile connection. We don't have fiber here where I live, unfortunately. I have fiber basically like 300 meters away or something. but not where we live. That would be too handy. Oh damn! I'm only now realizing that I have a silly island here. Well, it's not that bad. We can probably live with that. Yeah, there should have been a seam there, just like we have there, and we have here. Yeah, that's a little annoying. $300 yeah. Yep. So what happened is you know, I'm just gonna mark that as a seam, can't be helped. And we're gonna have to redo that bake, but I might actually just do it at another time. I don't want to break the stream anymore. So what happened is, with the whole 300-meter thing, is that we're living at like a gravel road, and there's a small piece of asphalt in the middle of the road, and the company who does the fiber installation, they were like, yeah, we're gonna dig until we hit the asphalt, and then we're gonna stop, because like seemingly not enough people were interested in buying their fiber, you know, after that patch. So so we didn't get fiber at that time. This was a few years ago. Luckily, the mobile networks in Finland are like super good most of the time, so it's fine, but it's a bit annoying. Moon Warehouse is where I want to be. Okay. So edge highlights is this thing. This is not going to be accurate anymore, fortunately. So I'm going to copy that, take that name, delete that, and then just, that's like the easiest way to get rid of those, right? Image editor, edge highlights, reload that thing. There we go. Now we don't have those anymore. Now what we can do here is we don't need to necessarily re-unwrap this. We should be able to. How did this work now again? I forget. Like that thing is still connected at those two seams. And the seam we just kind of liberated is that one. So there should be a command here to allow us to let's see, is it rip move, unstitch UVs and move the result? No. Good morning, night. Aamuyö. It's not quite aamuyö, is it? Although Aku clearly lives in another country to me. All of the time anomalies. Split Is that actually what it is? Is it split? Split what I want. Split selection. No? Okay, someone help me in the chat here. Someone who's better at Blender than me. How do I cut this piece so that we make these into a new island? Split from the second one. That's what I want to know. Let's Google it. Press Y to rip them apart. Okay, let's see. That's supposed to be on the other side. Okay, Y. Cannot split selection when sync selection is enabled. Ah, okay, that's the thing. That's the thing. So we need to get rid of that. And then we need to select everything. And then we probably need to select that and press Y. And now... Still not working. Still not working. Why? Why is it not working? It doesn't complain anymore, though. That was the split selection. Why? Yeah. Oh, so stupid. Hide the faces you don't want to move, then move the ones you do. Don't know if it will work though. I don't think that will work. Will it? So if I take those and then I invert the selection and then I hide, everything goes away. Probably because like it's part of that, right? So I can't just hide like these, for example. Oh, I can actually. Okay. Let's see. Hide. Huh. Yeah, I basically want to hide all of those. All of those. But then it gets rid of that one as well. Now maybe. Can I now move this? Move it. Yeah. What magic is this? What magic is this? And now it's okay. Thanks, Aku. That was very helpful. I don't know what Aku magic that was. So you need to hide the ones that you don't want to move. But you kind of like need to leave a little bit of. You basically have to like test which ones you should hide, because hiding that one also hides like the surrounding ones. So it's kind of like you need to make the selection of stuff you want to hide and then like, you know, backtrack once or something. Okay, anyway, now if we select, let's see, seam, we have that one. Whoop. We have that one. Okay, now it kind of works. And that's nice. Let's save that. Okay. So now, of course, it would be very nice to get those edge highlights back. What do you think is going to happen if we try this one more time? to do GPU compute. Maybe we can do. Maybe we can actually switch this to Vulkan. Vulkan. Low performance in VR. That's quite okay. I don't care about that at all. Actually, does that only? Yeah, cycles render device HIP. I'm thinking that this thing might not actually affect the cycles rendering. It's probably just the display graphics. Yeah. Let's try it. Let's try it. So we can fake a user for that one. Actually, we can make a main material main body like so, and then we do the edge highlights one. Bring this back. All right, we have some choppiness already. Rendering done though. Okay, let's see what happens. OBS says that the encoding is overloaded. It would be good if you could like turn off the encoder for just like a second or two. Maybe that can actually be done, I don't know. Yeah, baking in Blender with AMD cards is just like way worse than with Nvidia. Unfortunately. Maybe we can put on like a quick break, be right back visual in the meantime. So we are at 15%. And with the 3070 we would already be done at this point. Oh, let me actually fix the chat there in the meantime. Seems like the chat, the on-screen chat kind of broke. I'm only now realizing that. There you go. I'm learning new things every day. I just learned that you can refresh the cache of the current page in OBS, and that seems to have fixed that, so that's better. Yeah, I'm gonna need like a Blender baking visual. Yeah. Blender baking. Please wait. Please stand by for Blender Bake. Okay, I'm gonna try something here. Hold on to your hats. Hold on to your collective hats while I attempt to switch to the network which has our beloved baking machine on it. So if the stream goes down, don't panic, I will put it right back up. Hey, we're back. Hopefully for real this time. Okay. Here we go. Chat seems to work. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, this turned into a sort of a clusterfuck of a stream. Sorry about that. Seems like all of the networks are misbehaving today, one way or another. Now, however, we are on the same network as our bake-capable machine. So, unless it breaks one more time, we should be good. Luckily, these occurrences are kind of rare. I'm still baking actually on this local machine, though we're almost done, 95%. It does take like a good, what is this, 10 minutes or so to actually get a bake done, as opposed to maybe it was like I don't know, 15 seconds, 20 seconds on the RTX machine. So yeah, it's a bit crap to bake on an AMD machine, apparently. Oh, then I'm just like, I'm bad, and it's a skill issue, which is entirely possible. There we go. Texture bake. Let's see if we can actually keep using it this time around. Okay, you shouldn't even be in that rendered mode with an AMD card, it would seem. Yeah, let's switch away from that scary material and be here instead. Okay. Okay. Save that. Save this. And now we should be good to go. So now if we, we select one of these islands here, we can see how this support structure around the whole thing kind of flows. I think we can probably get rid of those, at least sort of like we can decimate them here, and then we can let the thing bring them back if it needs them. Those look kind of unnecessary there. Yep, all right. So, actually, before I put a whole lot of thought into what we want to select here to paint, I'm gonna go into texture paint mode, and here into the tool one. We're gonna want to use fill for this because we'll be filling these phases that map to these different parts of this mesh with a color. Let's do a new color palette here. Let's do red, green, and blue, like this. And so if we want to, like I said earlier, kind of we have the base color here, which is brown. That's not the correct one. Let's not care about that this second. Then we have sort of like secondary base colors, and then we have these things that I typically use for these like support structures and whatnot. So if we actually start with the support structures, this is the green channel, G, so RGB and RGB. So let's select green, and we're gonna do a pretty low strength to begin with, 0.1 maybe. And now we want to go in and select all of these areas that we actually want to paint. So let's start with this. See if we can select exactly what we want here. That one as well, not that one though. Then that one, and the one on the other side as well. Now that's already selected. All right, do I have any? Yes, there's one face missing there, or one island rather. Now one could maybe make the argument that, we could have this and that be the same color, and I think that would be a pretty good argument. So let's have that. There's of course no right or wrong way to do this, it's just a matter of taste. If we do that there, we should do it on the other side as well. All right. All right, that's pretty good. Wonder if we should have these sort of trenches here be the same color, but let's not do that right now. We can come up with another color for them, and then maybe use the same one for these ones as well. That's probably gonna look pretty nice. Okay, so we have that, and now we can go texture paint mode, paint only the selected, And we will be painting to it's that one, color placement. There we go. And we can select color placement from here as well. And we should see some of these light up when we start painting. And there we go. And we need to reach 0.25. And it should switch color. There we go. Boom. There's that color. So we can save that. And now, of course, now we can go in and change this color. This is the nice thing about painting with these like masks, is that the colors can always be changed. The only thing that we are essentially like setting here is where to apply a color, not what color it's supposed to be. So I like it a lot. And then we'll have a secondary support structure or fixture or whatever you want to call it selection. We're gonna do all of those, and then we're gonna do these and that one and the one on the other side, probably that one, maybe those supports as well, that one and that one. And what do you say? Should we do that one as well? Nope, not that one. Not quite that one, but seam. Right, and we're gonna bring the lighting down for this one to make them really super dark, just so that we can actually see when it changes from one to the other. So I'm gonna have to click quite a few times on this one. There we go. We're at. Is that already the darker one? I don't think it is. There we go, that's the darker one. And now we can bring it kind of back up. Probably we're gonna make some changes to it in a little bit. This doesn't really have any kind of hue currently. I think it should probably have a little bit of a maybe greener hue. Let's bring the value up a little bit. Should it be more to the blue side, maybe? Something like that, maybe. I don't know exactly. We'll figure it out. Then we have like the base of the vehicle, which is essentially like the whole lower side plus these parts that go next to the doors. So it would be like not that, but that and that, and then like all of this stuff here. And that one, and that one, and those as well. I think that should probably be one of the base colors. Actually, maybe not. Maybe we'll use the base colors for for like these pieces and then these pieces. Yeah, I think that probably makes sense. So let's use a blue, one of the blue channels for the bottom one. Yeah. So it would turn like basically brown. Is the idea, and then we can adjust it later. There we go. That's the brown area painted. This should be, yeah, it's that color. So whatever we want to make that, we can make it. One of the doors should be one of these support structure colors. They probably should, but let's get back to that in a little bit. So now we come to these like kind of like main pieces of this entire hull, which no doubt should be the main colors. So one of these two probably, or three if we consider those three to be the main colors, I guess. So all of that, and then all of this. And that one as well. Then we have that, and also these side islands here, strips. And one thing that's nice about this way of texturing is that we can create new variants. We can bake new variants kind of easily. Of course, you can also do that with like a special texture or a special shader in the game if you want to, but you can just completely offline bake variants like different colors and whatever just by going in here and adjusting these and then just baking a new texture. That's kind of neat. There we go. There we go. That hits the one of the main colors. Then we have the other one. So the other one should for sure be these outermost pieces here. But what about these inner ones? I don't actually know. Maybe I actually want to make... Yeah, I think I want to make them the secondary, like the same color as these. So basically, if you take that and that, okay, we have a bit of a choice to make here. Do we leave it at this color or do we push a bit further on the green channel to make it fall down to this one? That's something that we need to check here because it might actually look better by leaving it at the first one. Let's see. Should basically come in now. Yes. So now it's basically the same material as this, right? Does that look nice? I don't know. These colors are so weird currently here that it's kind of difficult to say what will end up looking nice and what won't. But we can push it further and bring it down to the other layer there. There we go. So now it's the same color as these. I honestly don't know. It might be nicer to keep it the same material here, this way. That might actually look nicer. And then I'm pondering, should I make these trenches here be the same thing? Maybe I should. All the way to the other side like that. Like that. Now it's sort of like the same piece, at least conceptually. I think that probably works. That probably works. Then we have this piece. Which I think we will use one of the red channels for. Now let's use one of the green, blue channels for it. It's sort of like a detail anyway. So that's one. I'm gonna make it the other one. I'm gonna make that green, just so we can see when it switches. There we go, that's green. I think I kind of actually want to base it on this color. Let's copy the hex from that. Actually kind of looks pretty nice. Let's bring the saturation down. Maybe make it a bit brighter. I'm gonna do some hand painting of like stuff on this still, like I mentioned previously. Cool. Okay. So now we have sort of a base kind of paint going here. We still have the doors. The doors are now a different color than the sorry, the doors are now the same color as this base color, which is this brown, this thing here. So we should definitely paint the doors with another color just to make them distinct. So let's do that still. Then I think we're basically done with the color placement. Then we just need to actually select some good colors to use here, because these colors are kind of whack. Ended up selecting a whole lot more than we wanted to. Face selection is so difficult sometimes here in Blender. Let's see. All of that. All of that. And then those. That looks good. Now we have just the doors. Alright. Good. Let's use a funky pink as a temp color there, and then just smack away at this thing. It should change to this that color first, and then we keep going. We fall to the funky pink one. Saturation. almost nothing. I actually kind of probably want many of these colors to be sort of the same. So I might actually end up either just like folding some of the colors to be the same color, or then just tweak the areas a little bit. But anyway, so the base color then. Trying some pretty kind of like out there versions of this here. Like what would look kind of nice and interesting. Of course, our color palette in the game is pretty muted with pretty desaturated colors. So typically don't want to go super crazy with some of these, but it might still be kind of interesting to have a splash of color on some of these parts. Saturation for this should be probably, actually let's start with the base color, so that one. Should these guys actually be the same color? I don't know, maybe. Let's leave them as the same color for now. Can tweak them later. At some point we're going to want to do a test bake. Now this bake is probably going to be lighter than the previous one, but I still might want to be a bit careful with that, right? And run it on the other machine. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I kind of like this yellow here. It's weird when you look at it from this distance. It looks like there's yellow here beneath the or in between the doors as well. It's probably just something with the texture sampling in Blender. When you go closer, it kind of fades away, almost as if it was like a you know, it would need like an anisotropic sampler or something to make it sort of withstand those angles properly, or whatever. I think that should actually be kind of bright. Yeah, let's keep them as that for now. I don't know. Let's do a test bake. So we don't have any images to save. All images are saved. So we're gonna want to do a bake, and we do a diffuse bake, and we do only color, no lighting. So ideally this should be kind of fast. I'm still going to get rid of the video for you guys for a little bit. Whoa. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, that's better. And we can put a quick break visual on just to go easy on my GPU here while I'm baking this. Alright, we're dropping some frames, but hopefully it shouldn't be that bad. And it kind of seems like the bake is going faster this time around. So it's like these 4K bakes are so ridiculously heavy somehow on the AMD cards. It's interesting. We're at 50%. Yeah, I'm going to have to probably handle this baking differently in upcoming streams. Probably just do them on the other machine to begin with. This is kind of ridiculous to have to do them like this. Something I could try actually, which might be kind of interesting, is to stream on another machine, like maybe stream on a laptop or something, and then do these streams or do these bakes locally. That could actually work pretty well. Like I even got an Elgato capture card some time ago to be able to do a little bit of game streaming. Of course, I haven't done a whole lot of that. Basically, just one video so far, and you know, I could just use that to capture on another machine. That could be kind of interesting. Never done that. I've always done all the streaming locally. All right, we are at 100%, but still seems to bake. Yes, there we go. We are done. Welcome back, everyone. And here is our beautiful texture in full 4K. Let's save that. It's worth its weight in gold at this point. So we're gonna do an export of the main body, and we can finally, after all this, see what this looks like in game. In a very much kind of work in progress way, of course, because like we don't necessarily have all the final colors. We don't have the dirt painting. We don't have light mapping. All of those things are gonna come, but not in this stream. So game materials, and then we use a base material, which is probably diffuse light mapped. For this, very basic material. We just use light map GI. That's the important part, and we can basically create a material variant of this, and then we do moon. Oh, did I not export that correctly? Yeah, it's there. Why does it not show? Object, static, props, moon warehouse, main body, diffuse, moon. It doesn't show. Okay, well, just copy it from here. Maybe I opened the editor quickly enough that it actually just didn't show. Quite simply. We go to means. Actually, no, we go to objects, static props, moon warehouse, and moon warehouse main body dot basis node material, and then we build this. And we can come in here, and we can do a few things. First of all, we will probably want to downscale. Let's do moon main body. What is going on with this now? It doesn't seem to pick up on the fact that we have a new moon, crescent moon. Oh, here we go. There it is. Body diffuse. Oh, it's an 8K. Oh, Jesus Christ. Mother Almighty. We. Whoops. Okay. Well, I know why it took so long. What did I do? Oh crap. I baked in 8K on an AMD machine. Okay, that's stupid of me, but whatever. We're gonna downsample it to 2K here as part of the conversion. Well, no wonder it took so long. Even took, you know, unnecessarily long on the RTX, but like 15 seconds for an 8K render is not, with cycles, is not that bad. Anyway, we're gonna downscale it to 2K when use a BC7 format for it. And then we go into blueprints, we go into static props, and moon warehouse. Here we go. So, bin material, there we go. Use that one. And here we have our beautiful thing. Whether it is beautiful or not, I'll leave up to you to decide. I'm probably actually going to want to have some like decals and things on it. And by decals I mean like some branding, because this is actually like probably like some sort of product that some corporation makes, and there might be some story reasons for why it might be owned by one corporation or another. So that's something that we probably will want want to reflect here, right? Let's let the light probes render. Okay. Yeah, okay, I can sort of see how it is going to look. Not super happy about the colors yet, but I think we can work with this. We can figure this out. Yeah. I'm just kind of flying around here and musing. Trying to kind of see how I like these colors here and how they kind of look in ambient light versus in direct sunlight. And of course one thing that is kind of pretty major here is these feet supports. They're sort of like the defining feature of the entire thing, that it is standing on these stilts or whatever. And so until we have them textured, it's going to look kind of meh. Anyway. But okay. I actually have no idea how long this stream has been going on, because the OBS stream here has reset a couple times actually. But I think we've been going for maybe 3 hours or so. Actually, what does YouTube show this as? Okay, it shows it that still as... No, it shows it as 2 different streams. Oh no, sorry, actually, no. I'm just confused here by this. It's still one stream, at least in here in YouTube Studio, so that's good. Oh, actually, YouTube Studio shows it as being over 4 hours. It's almost 5 hours, Jesus. Okay, well, it's been a long stream, full of like mishaps and things. So not great in that sense. I did get started on the texturing though, but it kind of I kind of lost a little steam there because of all of this. Now at least we know why it took so ridiculously long to bake this. I don't think I've ever baked in 8K before, so that's fun. I'm probably gonna want to actually downscale these images because just working with 8K here in Blender is going to be ridiculously difficult, especially like painting. When I do the painting, the hand painted stuff, it's just going to be ridiculously difficult to work with this. So like this thing here is, yeah, it's an 8K texture. What do you know? Anyway, I think this UV mapping here, unwrapping, is finally pretty good, and there's clearly enough space here to do light mapping as well. some slight work to do on this guy still. Anyway, I'm kind of my brain is kind of fried, so I think I'm gonna end this here. This was a very chaotic stream. I apologize for that, but sometimes these technical mishaps happen. And now we know not to bake 8K 8K maps on an AMD machine while trying to stream. That is not going to turn out well. Anyway, guys, thank you for tuning in and hanging out. If you like what you see, then be sure to subscribe to the two channels, to the live stream channel, which we are currently on, and also on to the main channel. And if you would like to play the game, then go and wishlist it on the Steam store. There should be a link in the chat. If not, there is a link in the description. God knows what is listed in the chat after all of these interruptions. If you want to play an early version of the game, you can do so by joining Discord. And you can actually even play a version today. Admittedly, a pretty old version, but still. You can play pre-alpha 3 today from December at this point, and there's going to be a pre-alpha 4 coming pretty soon. And I think that does it. Happens, don't worry about it. Yeah, I take no responsibility for our network outages. I do kind of take responsibility for the baking though, because it's not my intention to bake in 8K on an AMD machine. I probably need to like look into how to actually bake properly on an AMD machine. On Nvidia it kind of just works. On AMD is just like a complete shit show. And of course this machine is like 100% AMD right now, so so it's definitely something to look at. Anyway, I'm kind of happy with how this thing is turning out, so I think this is gonna look really nice when we have all the texture done, all the textures done for it, all the light mapping done, everything. It's gonna look really cool. And I'll probably post an image of it to the Discord as well for those of you who are interested. Check that out as well. Anyway, have an excellent rest of your day. See you next time. Take care.